Testing, testing. Testing, testing. All right, seems like be heard loud and clear. Hello, 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 everyone. And welcome to another stream of Fake Grand Order. Thanks to the Hydrate and Stretch Queenie. And in order, hi Queenie, hi Bane, ahoy there, murder. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad y'all could swing on in. I wish that caffeine didn't make me sleepy. Oof. Yeah, that's a common thing for people with ADHD. I don't know if you have that, but that's a common trait of that. Because I've literally never heard it for anyone else besides that. Granted, I can fall asleep with caffeine in my system, but I also have the opposite issue I had as a kid. I can, or as a teen, really. As a teen, I had difficulty falling asleep. But now, I can go to bed almost any time. Almost. Sometimes it's difficult. But, you know, everyone has those days. What the fuck happened to my screen? Why is everything purple? Okay, sorry. That sounded horrible. No, sorry. I know I haven't done the last time on so-and-so yet, and I'm not completely settled in, but, that wasn't like that yesterday. Excuse me. Why are you purple? Like, usually, I think the usual background is the bleached earth right now, if you're in Ordeal Call. I don't know why it's purple. Why are you purple? What happened? Ordeal Call 2 isn't out yet. What did you do? In fact, I'm finishing this. I'm gonna try and finish this today in order to, like, not have anything in the way, so whenever I start Ordeal Call 2. Why are you purple? I don't understand. That Sean banner is really tempting. Imagine the why are you gay, but with the why are you purple? I can't really produce the accent outside of that exact line, unfortunately. It's like, I can do, why are you gay? Because, like, it has that, to it to like really sell the accentation, but purple doesn't have that. And I don't know any other what's the word I'm looking for? Vocal patterns to accurately reproduce it. You can see it just funny, yeah. And it is taking a lot of self-restraint not to just blow my 3 bolties into Jean. I know that sounds dirty, and you can make it as dirty as you like, but like, tempting, tempting. Hold on, I'm gonna put some lotion on my hands. I haven't done it the last 2 days, and I really needed to. I think it's even 3. No, I think it's a... Maybe it was just out of the way. Fingers are dry. You know, it occurs to me, if I did actually use lotion while doing personal matters, I wouldn't have this issue. But I don't. So, you know. Reminds me of a gotcha I picked up casually. Oh. Jim? Okay. I'll be able to touch my mouse once I rub the lotion in. Give me a moment. Maybe I should have gotten more lotion because it's already kind of rubbed in. Oh well. If I need more, I'll put on more later. Oh, that looks adorable. I think I've seen these characters around, or at least this art style around. Heaven forbid I actually know what it is. You know the Speaky meme? It's from this game. I don't know what that meme is off the top of my head. Guys, hold on. Let me accessorize since we're already like this. Whoosh. All right. Got my eyeballs in. All right, let's take a look at this. I've never seen this before, but it is really cute. I'm gonna guess the original narrator thing was about a frog. That's my guess. Unless it's like I always okay, yeah. I was gonna say I'm only assuming that because there was a random cut to the name that sounded a bit different. All right. Last time on Fate Grand Order, in regards to the actual story, we it's called Trickle Chibi Go. What the hell did we do? Does anyone know? Anyone at all? I know that all the other leaders have been defeated. Oh, right, I think we went underwater last time and finally freed Drake from her possessioning, and then she died anyways, so you know. The Nightless City is wrecked. Columbus remembered his name. Remembered, quote unquote. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. I think Wu's dead. And we're now attacking the main capital of El Dorado. So yeah, that's the best I can remember. There's your last time on Dragon Ball Z. Majorly botching it. Decisive battle at El Dorado. Your Majesty, are you all right? Are you feeling ill? That smell, the smell of Achilles. But something's not right. It's too potent. Where is it coming from? Achilles just spawns behind her. What up? Okie dokie, this is our stop. Up we go. You rang? Perfect positioning. Now, take us ashore. We'll charge in as fast as we can, just as soon as we disembark. Look, the golden heart of El Dorado is right in front of us. We've got him by the throat now. Master! Can you hear me, Master? Please come in. Well, it's really puts me at ease, Mash. It does? Well, nice to hear that. But anyways, I'm so glad you're all right. Hey, Master, you too, Fo. I've been trying to reach you all this time. Looks like our connection's finally fixed. It's just as I told you, Miss Carolite. Those technical difficulties were merely temporary. There was no cause for concern. Oh, so you're there too. I saw you die in the future. Let's not get into that. Yes, well, I was planning on relaxing with my pipe in my quarters. But when one is told that Master is in danger, that is all the Chaldea resources must be mustered to resolve the situation post-haste. And that one would be a heartless beast if one were to refuse to offer assistance in this time of crisis. One tends to feel obligated to comply. Though I was adamant for the start they were making a big to-do of nothing, as there were never any issues with your vital signs. At this moment, my only conclusion is that she cares for you a great deal. We've been down to the Dragon Palace all this time. Our connections must have been re-established once we emerged from the water. The Dragon Palace? So many questions, but for now... Yes, let's start with that big fellow who appears to have joined your side. I'm impressed. How'd you pull that off? Well, I don't remember. The Dragon Palace and the Tame Tobacco, so that's what you discovered while we were out of contact. And this was all Columbus's idea, eh? Everything okay, you two? Yes, Master, it's fine. Nothing we can do about it at this point.
An entire world miles beneath the ground, eh? Sounds like something out of Jules Verne novel. As something I would explore myself, the idea certainly piques my interest. And it would hardly be sporting to me to haggle over my fee if I were to leave after merely confirming the communications were back online. So I think I shall continue to listen to this tale of an underground world for the time being. Worry not, I won't do anything out of turn to help bring about the tale's conclusion, though I may venture an opinion if I start to feel bored.
Okay, enough talk. We need to hurry if we're going to take on the Amazon Queen once and for all. Come on, let's get inside and put the plan into motion for the other Amazons get here. Oh, right. Totally not Heracles got contracted to Columbus. Thanks to the Tommy Baku. That's what happened.
All right, then please tell us the plan on the way. We'll help you out as much as we can.
Indeed. I'd better tell you what I can while we have the chance. Hey there, Queenie, we're back. Achilles, you dare show yourself before me once again! I've not forgotten what you did to me. All your death will set right the humiliation I suffer. I suffered at your hands in Troy. So I'll kill you myself, as I was before I ever joined that accursed war. How odd. Never seen her keep her cool in front of Megalos like this. Maybe it's got something to do with that contract keeping his bloodlust in check.
Honestly, still not making a whole lot of sense.
There's no telling what she might go berserk.
We must remain vigilant. She may appear as a young girl, but she is in fact a highly skilled warrior.
Appear as a young girl. Well said, Achilles. That is why I now will be the one to kill you.
Sounds like she thinks everyone's Achilles now. She doesn't even find it strange she's seen more than one of him. I'm right about this, then she's completely lost her mind.
Achilles. I know why you're here. You mean to kill my subordinates again, don't you? You shall not have that chance. This time, victory will be ours. Listen once more to this fearsome war cry. The war cry that caused the Athenians to throw down their swords and beg for their lives in terror. Ah!
These voices, I can hear them even from this distance.
It's just like before. Oh, that scratched up my throat a bit. The war cry that causes ordinary Amazons to go berserk. Yes, rage, my children. Let that rage pour out of you. That is the key to awakening our divine blood, the blood of our father Ares. You cannot win this time, Achilles. You'll die by my hand. But that is not all. During the Battle of Troy, I had but 12 warriors at my side. But now my warriors of El Dorado number no less than 100 times that. You're hopelessly outmatched in every way. I know it. The sort of nation they're trying to create. It's like a single organism, where the mightiest stand on the top. All others follow their lead unquestionably. What a formidable opponent. Hey, don't stop now. We expected this to happen. We've got no choice but to stick with the plan.
Alright, sorry. Didn't mean to stand around getting all googly-eyed over this.
I do have some concerns about leaving the rest. The view here, but I suppose there's nothing to be done. Hi, foam. Not a fish. Fergus, Scheherazade, master. We shall return as soon as we've concluded our business, so do be careful. You too.
Okay, bye for now.
No care in the world between them, huh?
Well, that's just like him. One of them, at least. I was amazed when I heard they volunteered for this, but I can practically hear the determination behind that happy front, even just over this transmission. I have no doubt they'll see their task through to the end. So let's trust them and do our best to do what we need to get it done here, Master. I can't believe it. I could never do such a thing. Be far too scared of dying. Those truly mean to hold back so many Amazons all on their own.
Okay. Oh, another cutscene. That's a lot of yelling. Yep. This is gonna suck.
Be that as it may, somebody has to hold the Amazons at bay, or the others will have no chance to defeat Penicillia. Even with Megalos at their side, they'd be overwhelmed in terms of sheer numbers.
Yeah, I know, but are you sure you're good with this, Knight of the White Lily? Usually when people ask me to do stuff, it's a little lighthearted stuff, you know? Please, I'm in trouble and I need your help. Not so much a super serious head-to-head, life-or-death battle thing, so really, I'm fine with this. But this kind of thing isn't your thing. You're all about using your sword to protect Master, right?
Indeed, but at this moment, I happen to be the right person in the right place. And besides, I may never get another good chance to say this, so I will say it now. Astolphos, you're one of the child paladins of Charlemagne, a hero to the kingdom of the Franks. Tales of your exploits lured me to sleep as a child. If not for you and the other paladins, the kingdom of France might not exist, and none of us would ever have been born. You paladins paved the way for the other knights of France, who followed in your footsteps. In a way, you are the exemplar for all we wish to be.
You really think so?
And now that I stand by your side, facing down an army of hundreds, it just truly feels as though I've become part of one of those stories myself. It may be modest of me to say so under these circumstances, but if I might be frank, I am positively overflowing with excitement.
Immodest, huh? Sounds great to me. Well, speaking as your great exemplar, who may not be the sharpest bulb in the toolbox, I'll say that it's fine you enjoy yourself whenever you can. So, how about we get going? It's just the two of us and one big audience. Let's give them one hell of a show.
Indeed. Now it's the time to open the tummy tobacco, our wish, to make use of our secret noble phantasms.
So much shouting. Too bad they don't use a battle song, especially one on par with the Red Saber or the Dragon Maiden. They had a song as strict as that, I would have been able to play along with my horde flute thing. Got this magical instrument from Logistia, a witch I know. Normally, I can't use it, but with this sort of magical energy, I can get it at least one good shot. You say until you use it later in another singularity? Secret bullshit technique, go! I hope y'all enjoyed it as much as those food-stealing harpies did. Alright then, time to go big or go home. La Black Luna! Hold on, I'm gonna wait till the ad breaks over. At least give me time to put on my socks. Toes are cold. All right, heads up.
So incredibly loud. Well, I hadn't prepared myself. I shudder to think what might have happened to me.
Good, that blew a lot of them away. Now let's see.
Huh? What? What happened to our war cry?
Ah, shoot. I was hoping that'd be enough to scare them all off.
Well, it may not have set them running, but it does seem to neutralize the war cry. Their berserk state seems to have faltered in consequence. Well done. Now, it seems I'm up next. Never mind the war cry. We're up against two opponents. Let's show my fury. You show us. I'm afraid you're mistaken. You're the one who'll be enjoying the show. You're about to witness the plume of a great lily on this very battlefield. Go, stir purple dance. What do I feel like that's where this is going? This white lily is the knighthood of which I have dedicated my life. Its petals are truth and radiance. The tip of my dancing blade shall accompany it. Tear your eyes from this duet if you can. Ordinarily, I would not perform this for an audience of more than 50, but today's is special. Today, blade and flower shall dance as long as you wish. Today, this flower will steal the hearts of no less than 1,000 spectators. This is my ultimate technique. Normally require all of my magical energy, but for now, I have something to provide me with all I will need. Thus, I have no compunction about allowing it to bloom. Long live the author of the white lily, Fleur de Lis! Pretty flower. This is ridiculous. We will not be... The stage is set. I believe it's time for our finale of Star Wars.
Yep, all that's left to do now is take you down 1,000 Amazons. Meanwhile...
What is this? Why do my soldiers not come to my side? Now's our chance! This is it, Penicillia. It all ends now. Indeed, Achilles. Soon you'll die by my hands. This will not be like our last battle. I will not permit you to speak to me as you did back then. I am not without mercy, though. I'll allow you to meet your death in whatever manner you see fit. Will you face me, overcome with fear? You may do so, for I am generous. Will you cry to your allies for aid? You may do so, for I am generous. Will you soil yourself and throw down your spear? You may do so, for I am generous. Will you beg pitifully for your life? You may do so, for I am generous. Whatever you choose, I shall kill you here and now. That much will not change. You hear that? She means to kill us. And who do you think she's gonna start with? My guess is that she'll go straight for you. Megalos, you're up. Your enemy is the Queen of the Amazons before you. That voice. Achilles. That's the voice I will never permit to speak such stripe again. I still remember it all too clearly. I fought with all I had in our duel only to have you slay me.
And then as I lay dying, you called me beautiful. How dare you!
Why is that bad? Celsius gone berserk again. Appears to be responding to Megalos as he gears up for battle.
I knew this was coming.
All of her stats are skyrocketing, getting far more dangerous. Fortunately, you at least won't have to worry about her having support from the other Amazons. It's time to put an end to this, Master.
Get a load of this!
Alright, gonna do this. Then this. Alright, spend just a whole turn buffing. Alright. Looks like she'll get to her noble phantasm soon like that. Oh, that's one Castoria down. That sucks. Oh well, nothing for it. Proc the shields.
Who would avoid against recklessness? Don't be a fool. A fool to the end. Berserker that really knows how to berserk will fall to another berserker who is merely stronger and nothing more. Roleless Camelot. Well, that was easy. Curse you. Once again, you tear off my helmet after my defeat and call me beautiful. You dare speak those words to a vanquished opponent, a warrior who fought with all of her might. I do not mind dying. I do not mind losing. Means nothing more than that I was not strong enough to claim victory. And if you two had risked your life in our battle, that is not what you say to your opponent. You truly fought desperately, been relieved to be alive, flushed with the thrill of victory, elated with the joy of piercing a powerful foe with your spear. At the very least, that's what I would have felt in your place. But you are different, Achilles. That you thought to say such a thing to my face, the one that moments ago might have been the very face of your doom. That rather than relief of your survival or elation with your victory, such nonsense is the first thought to cross your mind. Means you never even saw me as a warrior, the very opponent you have been fighting mere moments before. You'll pay for that humiliation with your life. I even took the form of my younger self. Even should I lose, you never think to speak such drivel to me again. Now I see. This is what she meant the first time we met her. Shows this immature form from her childhood to avoid hearing the same thing again. I can still fight. I can still stand. Just you wait, Achilles. Open your eyes, Penicillia. You're Heracles. What's the meaning of this? It looks like she's seeing things clearly now. Indeed, but this changes nothing. Like Achilles, you Greek heroes are our sworn enemy. Heracles, you stole my older sister, Hippolyta's girdle, threw our nation to chaos and killed her. I shall kill you one day as well. Then there's Theseus, abducted my younger sister, made her his wife. You cowards. I swear I shall kill you all one day. And yet it seems that once again, I can do nothing but curse your names. Very well then. That's all I can do, then I curse you. Curse all Greek heroes, the Amazons, and the goddess. Is a fate will avenge me. I curse you. Celsius' disappearance confirmed. But the demon god pillar isn't there either. So our battle's not over yet then. Okay, it's either Scheherazade or Columbus. I'm gonna guess Scheherazade due to the dot dot dot. Looks that way, but it will be soon. Oh. No, that was Columbus.
Scheherazade doesn't have a gun.
Looks that way, but it will be soon.
No, it won't. Think I would drop my guard just because our battle was over? I would never do that. Young though I may be, I never betray the trust they placed in me. On the subject of trust, I should mention, I mistrusted you from the very start.
Well, I'll be damned. I never detected a hint of suspicion from you, but you wouldn't deflected that shot like it was nothing. Pity. If I could have blown Master's head off there, this would have been all wrapped up nice and neat. What a shame, and here I thought we were all in the same boat together.
You were, but I still told them to keep an eye on you before you entered the temple. Christopher Columbus, a world-famous voyager, but also a slave trader and a mass murderer. As one of the conquistadors, there was no way your alignment could be anything but evil. That said, nobody there suspected anything until I told them about you. Fergus, of course, accepted it right away, but it didn't take much to convince and stay on or Stalfos.
You must be joking. I got feelings too, you know. Guess that joke's on me for thinking you goody-goodies wouldn't figure me out as long as I kept quiet. Still a mass murderer, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, a pretty bad one.
Is that really how history came to see me?
Anyone with any fucking sense, you fucking genocided all of those fucking islands. You fucking bitch.
All I ever did was try to make my dreams come true.
I do have a fancy new assassin. She may not be completely up to snuff yet. Hey now. Can be an option. And again, I could use Sasuke. Actually, you know what? That actually sounds fun. Let's see here. Because that means we can upgrade this, right? Yeah.
King of slaves. As long as you don't give up, dreams do come true. I'm living proof of that. Take a look around. We're standing in a temple of gold. I dreamed of a place like this ever since I read about Zheng and the travels of Marco Polo.
I really shouldn't trust old men with amnesia.
He was a wonderful leader for the resistance. Always knew just what to say. His allies looked up to him in every way. Yet there was always something nagging at me, making me wonder if we could really trust him. Not knowing his true name was certainly part of it. Even then, it felt like something deeper. Now I know what it was. A fundamental difference in values. I'm sorry. Might have been able to prevent this whole situation if only I trusted my misgivings. And nothing to apologize for, Mash. Nothing. Nobody should go around sowing the seeds of mistrust without good cause. I never gave much thought to what Columbus might value, personally. But if he now means Tiramisu harm, then I'll crush him, regardless. You know what, Fergus? That's the kind of one-track mind we need right now. Get him. Kick his ass. No different from the other Agratha rulers we fought. We'll just have to keep all that in mind when we face him.
Well, you talk a big game for such a scrawny kid. You're going to be a hell of a guy when you grow up.
Boy, you don't know the half of it.
Must be your royal blood, huh? That said, you're so straightforward that I bet it'd be real easy for someone to get the drop on you.
A blind fisherman got him, if I remember correct.
Thank you for the warning. Now, what is it you want? Now that Agratha's rulers have been defeated, the men you've been fighting to free should be able to return to the surface.
What do you want? What do I want? You actually have to ask. Why, I want to rule this place myself, of course. When I first awoke here, I couldn't believe how wonderful the world was. It was a paradise. I see you're still confused. Let me ask you this. What sort of world do you think this is?
One where women control everything.
No, that's not it. I'm talking about why it ended up that way. It's the best part of this whole underground world. The fact that women can multiply endlessly. You saw it yourself, didn't you? A bit of seed and bam, a whole new woman. I couldn't believe it. It's like God had answered my prayers and brought all my dreams to life.
So great about women multiplying?
You mean I have to spell that out too? Because you could sell them for a high price.
Does it more of a mean you can't? Like, if we're gonna, like, engage in the concept of, like, you're trading humans, isn't, like, more of them a detriment to your pricing? Supply and demand, if you can make infinite numbers of them? I feel like you didn't figure out the marketing end of this. Columbus failed economics. He was an idiot. He thought the world was shaped like a pear.
You can use women for all sorts of things, after all. Make it even better, these women are stronger than men, which means they can do all sorts of heavy labor that used to be just for male slaves.
I feel like maybe you haven't thought this through. Let's assume you win here. And let's assume you get your whole trade set up. What's going to stop them from breaking the necks of the people who buy them? You just said yourself, they're a lot stronger. And you might be like, oh, that's not my problem. But then you have all of these warrior women spread across the globe now wanting to fucking shove their spear up your ass. And you keep making more of them. I don't think you thought this through. Clearly, greed has gotten ahead of you.
On top of that, it's easy to make practically endless amounts of them in no time. They don't even come out as children. It's a slave trader's dream.
You're a horrible person, Christopher Columbus. No country in the world condones slavery anymore.
Or he wants to die from having his skull crushed by Amazon thighs. He doesn't need to start a slave trade for that. All of them at once.
You think I don't know that? Of course I do! But that's just how it is in this day and age, right? Nobody has a problem with it in my era.
False. Dream big.
I'm just acting according to the values of my own time.
No, you're not. In fact, that is historically incorrect. Abolition was coming along in Europe. And not only that, the very country you sailed for that gave you a chance, Spain, their queen, who was the big reason you got a chance, was a big proponent of abolition. Bro is so wrong about his own goddamn history. I guess he's so far up his own fucking ass.
It's not like my people invented slavery. Greece, Rome, the Middle East, it's been around forever.
He actually was that terrible. He was! Also, like, we're talking Greek and Roman, they have standards for their slavery. Like, the way slavery was originally developed was to, like, pay back debts and whatnot. There was an end to it. Clearly, that concept got corrupted and eventually people got treated as objects later. And at that point, humanity is not allowed to have it. Because you have ruined the original purpose. The opportunity to pay back one's debts is good. The ownership of someone is not. We couldn't be responsible with that concept. We can't have it. Stop this, you insane madman. Also, ads are gonna play. It's fucking nut, though. Like, not to call out a fucking moron, but like, yeah, he doesn't really get his own stick, does he? All right, adds up. Let's go around. Let's proceed with calling this guy a fucking moron.
And that means all your heroic spirits who come from those times used slaves back when they were alive. They didn't think anything of it.
All right, we're getting into this one. Who amongst our fucking roster, aside from you, is still advocating for it, though? There's a big difference in, like, it being there and you participating in it. Like, that still sucks ass. Hindsight's a bitch. But if you're summoned to the future
and you still advocate it with full knowledge of what has happened and why it's bad, that makes you a shitty person in the modern day, in all accounts. You can't learn? You don't... Just... Some of those heroic spirits hear that slavery is frowned upon now and decide to go with the times. All of them. Because they know better. Others hear that it's frowned upon and decide slaves are too useful to give up. We don't have any. That's all it comes down to, right? Who gets to decide whether it's right or wrong? When I grew up, slavery was normal. Who are you to tell me that I was wrong? Everything I've told you right now, historically speaking. And if we're like comparing to modern day, yeah, it was wrong. It was always wrong. Ethically, it has always been wrong. Ever since it moved from paying back debts to ownership of a person in full, it has been wrong ever since that shift has happened. That's a complex subject. It's really not. I kind of broke it down already. I have to say, though, God certainly hands out blessings and trials in equal measure. I thought as much back when I crossed the Atlantic. You got lost so many times. When I first awoke in this dream world come to life, it's already ruled by 3 queens. I really had lost all my memories. Maybe whoever summoned me made a mistake somewhere. I couldn't say. Still, I may not have had my memories, but I was still me. So I followed my heart and set out to make my dream come true. At first, things seemed completely hopeless, but I never gave up. Now, how'd I get started? Oh yes, first thing I needed was a place to hide out safely. Oh man, what's going on? I can't believe I actually arrived here in Agratha. Take that, all you arrogant skeptics. I knew it existed. It had to. After I said it did. I still don't know who summoned me here or why. But then, of course, I would be here. I have to be here. I bet anything Tama had a hand in this. These peaches are delicious. The river water's so clean. It's making for a great home base. Now, what should I investigate first? The Shambhala, Agarthians. Oh, I can tell I'm going to have my hands full discovering it all. This is a momentous day. One small step for a girl, one giant leap for the occult. Oh, sorry to rain on your parade, but do you have a minute? An Agarthian? You're an Agarthian, aren't you? I have so many questions. What sort of ultimate truth have you arrived at? Why do you grow your beard like that way? Hey, is that some sort of spiritual thing? Hey now, don't get me wrong. I'm in the same boat you are. I'm just a stray servant who was summoned here without any idea what's going on. Aw, just another servant. Phooey. So what's up? What do you want then? Hey, I just said we're in the same boat. I've been looking for somewhere safe and ended up here just like you, thinking we could help each other out. Help each other out, huh? I guess it would be tough to cover all the field work on my own. Well, it might be handy to have someone around to gather more mundane information while I go about seeking the ultimate truth. Okay, you got yourself a deal. I'll be the brains, you be the... Great, thanks. In that case, be really helpful to me. If you died! What the... I get a nice safe hideout and you get to disappear. Everyone wins. I remember now. I killed a caster when I first discovered that peach blossom spring. She seemed too smart to go along with what I had planned, so I had to get rid of her just to be safe. Then even your hideout was built on someone else's sacrifice. It always is with this guy. We never did find out what happened to Helena after she disappeared from Chaldea. I wonder if...
Of course, there's going to be sacrifices. I'm trying to claim this utopia all for myself, after all. I'm going to found my own country here, a kingdom of dreams with an unlimited supply of slaves. And now the groundwork has been laid. The leaders defeated, the women of this world obey their new one. That's how this world works. The question is now that Pensilia has been defeated, who's going to be that new leader?
I take it you aren't looking for a diplomatic solution. Yeah, no shit, Fergus.
Of course not. You already know why I chose to make my move now, don't you? Because I already had the perfect slave. Thanks for handing me the reins to this guy, Sherazade.
That is perhaps the biggest wrinkle in all of this. I wouldn't have made sure to stop you from giving him control of Megalos if you had been there. It's too bad that our communications weren't working then, because if that's one thing a slave trader would never have, it's a great hero at his service.
At last, this new world is almost mine. I can't wait to drop my anchor. You're up, my big, beautiful slave. Time to put that monstrous power of yours to good use.
Oh no, we're fighting Heracles again. Alright, sorry about that. Someone just got home.
Master, can't let him win. Let's get him.
Alright, Cuckoo, kick his ass.
I smashed you to the ground you're standing on. Take a trip to the underworld. Let's break them down.
広域システム開始。そんなところにいたんだ。地面ごと叩き潰してあげる。地下メーカーに行ってこーい。ビームです。予想に変身です。この角度入れてみせ。今回はうまくいきま
Is
した。
that all you got, Hercules? That's a pity.
Gah. You should know better than most just how strong this hero is. And then there's my anchor. Every time I drop it, another part of my dream comes true. On one island, I find a land of healthy indigenous people just waiting to be enslaved. Another island, a mountain of gold ready to be traded for glass beads. I can't wait to see what I find on this island. Santa Maria, drop anchor!
Can't hold them both off. I mean, I was doing it already. Done with it.
Ugh!
I don't want to die. Wow, that was rough. But we made it. Are you alright, master? Astolfo, are you alright? Gotta be honest, I'm pretty much out of gas here. We did not defeat all the Amazons, but it seemed there is no longer any need to. As they are merely standing around, staring blankly into space. I take it to have defeated Pensacola. Yes, we did, but unfortunately... It seems your misgivings were well founded.
Well, look at you two jumping into the fray. What good little allies you are. You're, of course, welcome to join us. I can almost certainly find buyers who pay a great deal for slavery or a particular bent. Talk about a priceless opportunity. Though, of course, I ought to put some kind of price to you if I'm to be paid for my trouble.
Allies, huh? It reminds me of something I need to confirm.
Oh, what might that be? Go on, ask me anything.
Are you the one who set fire to the hideout?
Got it in one! Really, who else could it be? What? You merely mean that fire was actually... Oh, come now, think about it. We were up against the Amazons, right? If they'd actually found our hideout, they wouldn't have just set it on fire. They'd come after us with axes and swords, their war cries to finish us off for good. But then why would you destroy our hideout? Why? Because you useless good-for-nothings were practically shaking your boots. The idea of facing the Amazons again, of course. With his crew freaking out, a good captain uses every tool at his disposal to keep the ship moving. Sometimes he'll keep 2 separate logbooks. Other times he'll stretch the facts as far as they can go to claim that land is near. It was the same thing here. I had to burn it all down to keep you useless idiots moving forward. To make you steel yourselves, convince you that you had to keep fighting in order to survive. I couldn't have you little turds resigning yourself to being their slaves after coming this far. You were my slaves. You were the pawns I needed to claim this world for myself. You don't get to change masters unless I say so. Then hold on, we're just... After I claimed the Peach Blossom Springs, next thing I needed was soldiers. Naturally, I quickly realized that the men fed up with their lot in life here were my best bet. I have to say, you're a fine crew. Not one of you ever suspected I was anything less than altruistic. I'm pretty used to putting down mutinies on my ship, so it was a pleasant surprise not to have to bother with you lot. So many of us died because we trusted you. I know. It broke my heart to see so many useless laborers die without a chance to sell them off. It's like that. It's like I always told you. As long as you don't give up, one day you'll reach your destination.
Yeesh. Doesn't break character for a minute, does he? There's no reason one cannot be both a positive thinker and an evil person. Merely makes one an all the more despicable villain. I've known a number of people like him in my time, but I've never before seen one so unabashed. Feel the same, at any rate, and feel much better now that you and Astolphus are here. Certainly you will be able to wound him badly in the last battle. You can do this, Master.
Columbus, this world is not yours! Go on, try to hit me with your best shot.
Well, if you insist.
Show what you've got!
Let's begin this again, sweetie. This is the sun.
They have a image. We're gonna set up Zuko's dual broadsword. Ooh, fun. Double. Hi, Cyber. Welcome to the stream. That's possibly your worst target, my dude. Six or seven pair. Interesting. Except for one turn? Alright. We can delay ourselves.
圧倒します。やります。もちろん足を狙います。やっ
Oh, you got a new evade, damn. Very popular design. I get that. I'd get that. Another one turn. Okay.
運命をかけた戦いであれば
Well, if I can't hit him, might as well wail on Columbus.
止めないでね。質量イコール破壊力です。
I wonder if you're a threat to
おか
humanity.
ずとのほど
Guess we'll find out. Kukulon Giga Smasher!
マヤパンチャーこの時戦線を離脱しごめんなさい。
Santa Maria, drop anchor! Just some poor luck.
なんて情報量。ごめんなさい。
Don't think you'll last much longer. Hmm.
I have to wait these crit stars. Rip them apart, Morgan.
Hey, right. Farewell. Instantly pissed. Still think women are something to be abused, something to be owned, something to be conquered. You're a fool. The fool shall rest in his grave. This might be the only chance I have.
Even if I cannot perform my noble phantasm, what I can perform is some good damage.
目を背けないで。遅いな。逃がすもの。
Oh, looks like I have another turn. Well then. Farewell.
You shall be farewell indeed. Oh, bless Columbus. You get Heracles.
Yes, ma'am. Strike plain, strike true.
Roadless Camelot.
慈悲、神戸を垂れよ。恐怖は希望もなく何人通るにあたわず。
Sublimation.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised at that damage this time too. Holy crap.
I was just here for support.
Hi, Pen and Sage. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? It's going all right. We're getting to the finale of Agratha today. You did it. Mickle is shut down. Hi, Warcrafter. Welcome to the stream. Damn it! It's over, Columbus. Is your main or just an FGO streamer account? This one I made exclusively for the purpose of streaming FGO. I have a separate main. I am caught up with the main story, but I had two pseudo-singularities we didn't do before we continued, which was Agratha and Shinjuku.
Oh, no, it isn't. Not yet. I'm not giving up.
Finish the event? I finished the event story. I've been working on grinding it on my own. I didn't stream this event because I didn't. I figured it'd probably be relatively short, which it did end up being. I probably could have done it in one stream, but I also didn't want to lose headway on a little bit of grinding for it. And I was still recovering from being sick. So this is our first day back with voicing FGO. Because we had a grinding stream the other day. Do your thing? I will, but first, I better run this ad. In the meantime, I have a scene which I need to finish.
Use Coffee Lab.
Oh. Yeah, we usually stream the events, but not always. Like we didn't stream the Ptolemy event. I believe we streamed last year's Valentine's Day event, though. At least I think we did.
Oh, no, it isn't. Not yet. I'm not giving up. I'll never give up.
You can barely stand. If ever there was a time to give up, this is it. What more can you possibly? What is that?
Good thing I had this stashed away.
Oh crap, is that a Tommy Ibako? He must still had one hidden on him. Damn, we have to stop him from using it.
Too late! You'll never make it in time! Here, Mechalos, I've got a little pick-me-up for you. It's way better than dried meats and wine. Go ahead, take out as much magical energy as you want.
This is bad. Megalos gets the second win while we're still exhausted.
Huh?
Didn't Arrow just send the Tamiobako flying? Great shot. That was 1 in a million. I didn't think I'd actually hit. But I guess all that training paid off. It's just like you always said, Captain. Important thing's never to give up.
You worthless excuse for a slave! You're not even fit to scrub my boots!
Is that so? Because as far as I'm concerned, you're not even fit to wear those boots. It's over! You did it. That wound's fatal. But please be careful, Fergus. Yes, I know. Where the demon god pillar will...
Damn it! Damn it! I'm sorry, God. I ended up wasting all the good luck you gave me. But I'm not giving up. The next time I'm summoned, I'll find another treasure island to make my fortune. I can't wait. I'm counting the days already.
He's gone. Just like that? And there went Megalos. Megalos as well. We may have completely destroyed their... We must have completely destroyed their spirit origins. But in that case...
It appears this story has reached its conclusion. In that case, I trust you won't mind if I interject. Or to be more precise, I've accumulated so much evidence so quickly that I can only now reach a point where I can interject.
Yeah, you really gotta not have that as a character trait, my dude. It is infuriating. What are you trying to say, Holmes?
I do, of course, understand there's no need for me to involve myself in this matter, but given my nature, I'm afraid I'm compelled to do so regardless. Now then, Miss Light, I see you have your brow furrowed with quite a sweat. Would you care to elaborate on the mystery that still plagues you? That will explain how this whole matter began, and most likely, how it will end.
Our goal is coming here was to carry out the remnant order. But we still haven't found the demon god pillar, even though we know it's somewhere here in Agratha.
Precisely. Be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed. The evidence is so clear that it practically leads you to conclusion by the nose. Nonetheless, since I know you'd be since I know you'd be something of a fan of mine, Miss Light, I shall take this occasion to repeat one of my best-known lines. Once you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. In this case, the impossible is the notion the demon god pillar could not have been hiding within one of the leaders of the 3 nations in Agratha. That his signal remains even after defeating all prior suspects proves that none of them were the culprit. We can safely eliminate Chaldea's servants from the pool of suspects as well. While not impossible for the pillar to hidden within one of them, doing so would have been needlessly complicated. Now, it seems fair to assume that servants you met in Agratha, who originate from Chaldea, were forcibly summoned here to serve specific roles. While they may function as hooks and page-turners to propel one through the story, they are highly unlikely to be part of the main cast. So, given all that, what is it that remains? Who is the one surviving servant we have met here in Agratha? That has no relation whatsoever to Chaldea.
Sherazade.
And thus the story's complete. Thank you.
The story comes to fruition.
You're the one behind all this?
Huh? I don't understand. What do you mean the story's complete?
Very well. My one miscast. Now that everything is concluded, I shall tell you. It's very simple and brief. I created Agratha by having my noble phantasm, my stories, erode the real world. Put differently, you have all been inside one of my 1001 nights this entire time. What? But that doesn't make any sense. The 1001 Nights does have a story set in an underground world, but it's nothing like this. Needs to say, they definitely don't include Wise, the Nightless City, El Dorado, the Peach Garden, or the Dragon Palace. That may be, but I never told the tales of Aladdin or Alibaba when I was alive either. Now I see. The 1001 Nights, as we know them now, contain a number of parts that were added over the course of various retellings. But if she was able to use them all without any issue, it may be that she gets to dictate what the 1001 Nights are. Indeed, stories I've learned through books, stories I've improvised myself, stories that came after my time, but that I could have plausibly told. The 1001 Nights were never a fixed set, but a malleable collection that grew over time. As such, it only makes sense that I would have the right to choose what goes into them.
Oh my.
I don't know if now's the time to be thirsting over her. Shehrazade's hot, but she's also the antagonist right now.
Now that you point that out, I can see the connection between your world and the noble phantasm.
Oh my.
God damn it, Warcrafter. I get it. And I agree. But now isn't the time.
Fictional or not, everything here is part of the story.
Oh my.
Hello, welcome to the stream.
I might have realized it sooner if I'd paid more attention to that. Then again, maybe I didn't realize it because there's still something I can't quite believe. The sheer scale and rigidity of... rigidity?
No idea what's going on. Just join in on the oh my. They thought Sherazade was hot, which, like, she is. But she's also the antagonist right now. You'll see her on the screen in a bit.
This whole other level from the monsters Shakespeare wrote into the existence in Shinjuku. Here, it's more like the rules of this world, rather that this entire singularity is itself a story. That's the equivalent of rewriting realities. That would have to be an incredibly powerful spell, something on par with the reality marble. I guess it'd be possible with the demon god pillar, but...
I suspected as much. All stories, whether they be fiction or non-fiction, have an element of inauthenticity.
Even nonfiction?
Of course, after all, when one is describing events as a story, by definition, those events are not taking place in reality.
Okay, English please, what's all that mean?
It means the evidence was in plain sight from the beginning. Every servant here has had some matter of inauthenticity to them. That is the proof that has all been a story.
What do you mean by that, Holmes?
This underground domain has blended together story and reality to an even greater degree than Shinjuku. In Shinjuku, that blend merely occurred as a result of Bao's choice to use phantom spirits. But in Agratha, I sense it to be a deliberate choice. Once this unnatural underground space was created, heroic spirits were summoned to it, but with significant alterations made to them. Some reactions were all but inevitable. In such a process, in this case, I believe they were the story each servant was made to perform.
Wait, back up. Did you say every servant here?
I did indeed. Let us begin with the most opposite example. Surely, there was something that struck you as inauthentic about them.
Christopher Columbus had amnesia. Heracles was Heracles Megalos, an enormous, mindless beast in a constant berserk state. And Drake was Duhat. Those are certainly the clearest examples. I'm afraid I had no other choice. After all, Pirate Princess Doll, the ruler of Wise, was simply impossible to summon as a servant.
Yes, I agree. Duhalt is also very hot, and so is Drake. Anyways, this is Scheherazade.
I see. That puts one in mind of phantom spirits.
Yeah, to be honest, Wuzaitan in the Nightless
my.
City has been nagging at me for a while now. What do you mean? They're from entirely different periods. Wuzaitan from the Tang Dynasty. Why did I think it was the Wuz Dynasty? Like, it was named for her clan. Okay, I was wrong. I'll have to tell Mr. Mustache that. Actually, I'm going to do so now, because I'm going to forget when stream ends. Oh, and while the Nightless City is from the Han, I let it pass me by at first, and they both come from China. But when you think about it, it makes no sense for Hu Zaitan to be the ruler of the Nightless City. They have no connections other than their country. They're hundreds of years apart historically.
Assuming that was indeed Wuzaitan's inauthenticity, the final piece is the Amazons, the most elementary of all of these errors. They fall into much the same category as Wuzaitan, in that their historical domain differed greatly from the land they controlled here.
And the Amazons live in the jungle? No! No, they didn't.
Precisely. Those who lived in jungles of South America, the ones who protected El Dorado,
Are not the Amazons. At least not in history.
are entirely different from the warrior women of Greek mythology.
Yeah, the Amazons named that because it reminded them of the legends. The fierceness of the jungle reminded them of the legends of the Amazonian warriors.
Some believe the tribe of women who lived in the jungle only came to be associated due to the similarities to the myth. And that is why the river in the surrounding area came to be known as the Amazon. In essence, the Greek figures were no more than models for those in the story of El Dorado. And so the fact that Penicilia lived in El Dorado was itself another inauthenticity.
God, that's a hard word for me to do. Why am I stumbling at this?
God damn it.
I can do authenticity, inauthenticity.
Inauthenticity. Okay, I got it. I gotta try it. I just gotta practice it. And then there's me, the fledgling warrior. The Fergus who's nothing like the Fergus you all know.
Scheherazade, you said I was your one miscast. What do you mean by that? Fergus MacLodge, you intended well to stir up Agratha, though in a different way than Heracles. I had read that you were the embodiment of male sexuality. You required 7 women every night to satisfy your lust.
Damn, I grew up to have that much sex? Hell yeah. Now is not the time to be excited about that. Remember, we are still in danger. Oh, yeah, shit. Also, titties. Ah! Hey, he's still innocent.
I thought you would be even lustier if I summoned you in your youth, but you ended up being too young.
Ah, yeah, I can see the oversight.
I could not have imagined that you would appear as a boy and comfortable around women, to the point that you could not raise a hand against one. You're by far my greatest miscalculation.
A miscalculation? So I'm only here because of a mistake.
I'm a pointless side character, a half-based extra. I hate to admit it, but that makes a lot of sense. I haven't been of any help in a single battle so far. Doesn't matter whether I was there or not.
I mean, you've canonically been protecting me, so, you know, good job there, dude. High five.
That's only true for the audience. For me, the adventure has been... Fergus.
Yes, Master Fergus's inauthenticity is his youth. Essentially, everything we see before us now. One might go as far as to assert that every other servant who may have been summoned here and eliminated prior to our meeting them would have had some inauthentic characteristic about them.
Then the noble phantasm you've been using before us all this time, our little Walenia, the 1001 Nights. That is what you used to create this world, and to summon twisted versions of servants to fill it. I only have one question. Why would you do such a thing? You really have to ask. Thought my desires have been quite clear. I have certainly voiced it often enough. Then your objective is to live a long life. Then why would you make intentional violence? That seems dumb. You summoned Heracles, for fuck's sake. Heracles as what you did. I feel you fucked up the moment you did that. Also, I'm starting to sound German. Please stop. No, I never said anything like that. All I want to do is not die.
Sure doing a great job of that. You know, with summoning Heracles as you did. Fantastic work. Is that the same thing?
Not the slightest. As long as you're alive, you'll one day have to die.
Excuse me, but you do know that we're all servants, right?
What difference does that make? To exist now inevitably means dying later. It's the same thing. In the end, we servants are nothing more than familiars. Once our task is finished, we disappear. That too is death. Almost the same chill, solitude, misery, the same terrifying intercourse with nothing. Nothingness as when you cease to exist. I can't stand it. I spent every one of those 1001 nights wishing nothing more than to not die. Every fiber of my being is terrified of death. As a heroic spirit, the only way for me to ever avoid dying. To destroy the world. The man who summoned me taught me that.
I have bad news for you. If you destroy the world, you will die. Like, what do you plan to do? You will die. You are on the world. That man must be the demon god Pillar.
When she first showed up, I had course scanned her for the demon god Pillar's signal. She really is the one who's been working with him. And how did they avoid detection? Let's not forget that other little tiny thing she brought up. Did you say destroy the world? Agatha's story is one in which related stories and those of Serpent Cemetery mingle and fight. Ultimately comes to fruition once they disappear. My noble phantasm gets stories form. His power made them real. Very soon my stories, the stories of Agratha, will assume the form it was always meant to take.
Everything's shaking!
Not that. I can't believe it. Your z-axis coordinates are rising rapidly. The ground is moving. The sky is splitting. It's like the entire space is moving upwards.
What the? There's a real sky instead of a rocky ceiling now.
Impossible. You mean to tell me we're flying? This is Agratha's final form come to life. Another story all its own. It's now the floating city of La Punta. I offered up everything I had to that king in order to not die. Not only my stories, my body as well. As such, there can be no more fitting name for the finale than La Punta, the horror. Rise, La Punta, gaze down upon the world and plummet towards it. You shall be the last of the mystical cities, destroy the world's natural laws.
Okay, but why would you name it that? I mean, no better. No, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would you name it that? All right, we're in the home stretch. Thank you, Warcrafter. I'm finishing my tots here. Actually, finish my tots, run to the restroom, run the ad, and I'll be right back. Yeah, I didn't mute this when I left. Oops. All right, I'm back.
We're flying! We're actually flying!
Well, thank you.
How is this happening?
I forgot they're still here. This is bad. They're starting to panic.
Hey, I got a job for you guys.
Huh?
Real simple. Get out of here. Find as many men imprisoned here as you can and round them all up. Once you've done that, I want you to meet us back by the boats we used to get here. Oh, don't worry about the Amazons. Should be busy zoning out like zombies. You can steal their horses if you wanted. Now, go on, hurry up.
Okay, we're on it.
Well done. That was an excellent idea. Give them a job so they won't have time to panic.
People are always telling me I'm the sort who comes through when things get real bad. Besides, we're gonna have to do something about the men still imprisoned here at some point anyways. All the more so now that we literally have lift off.
Indeed. Not to. Indeed. Not to mention, this area is likely to become even more dangerous. It would certainly be best not to have ordinary humans close at hand. Now then.
Know that our spectators have left for the time being. Monsieur Zadi, allow me to ask you a question. Where exactly do you intend to have this place plummet?
Nowhere in particular. Any heavily populated city will do. No, it's starting to shift horizontally too. It's definitely setting a course for somewhere. Then we need to act, and quickly. At least right now, we're still above relatively uninhabited Nepalese these mountains, but there's still gotta be at least some people seeing this. These last few minutes alone are gonna be a nightmare for the Mage Association of this time period to clean up. And if that weren't enough, you're also going to drop this huge landmass on a heavily populated city. This is a disaster. It would be a catastrophe like we've never seen before. Hundreds, thousands of people will die. I'm afraid it could be orders of magnitude greater than that. To make matters worse, the damage won't be limited to the physical realm. We're still experiencing the after effects of Godia's mess, so the world hasn't completely stabilized yet. There's no telling what sort of chaos this could unleash. That's exactly the point. There's a reason why I'm going to have a fictional city destroy a real one. By doing so, I'll destroy the concept of mystical secrets. What? Once Laputa plummets into a real city, people everywhere will be forced to accept that a place of fiction is as real as the place it destroyed and the people it killed. Once that happens, it will change the world. Everyone will know the mystical beings exist. In consequence, everyone will attempt to learn their secrets for themselves. Eventually, the mystical may become an ordinary part of everyone's lives. Wait, that actually happens then? Indeed. Once mystics become available to all, they'll cease to be mystics in the first place. That is the future I wish to bring about. A world where mystics lose all substance and power. The servant-summoning system becomes obsolete.
Huh?
Otherwise, I'll have to die again and again. I'll have to constantly live in fear of death. And never be able to escape the insidiousness of knowing my death is assured whenever I'm summoned. You'll go so far just to avoid death. Can't you understand how I feel? No, I can't. Your fear of death is far out of proportion than any living creature. If it isn't death you fear but the idea of yourself dying, then something has gone wrong in your life. Let me share now what I held back that night. Our perspectives on death couldn't be more different. I am a warrior. The day I am born, I have been taught that to die is an honor.
The only aspect of death we fear is that we might die having violated our pride, our guess, not death itself. Death is inevitable for all living things. The path you take is death. To death is your life. You should be fighting for what led you to fear death to such a degree, not death itself.
You surprise me, young Fergus. You're far more composed than warriors twice your age. Your grown-up self must be wise and a kind warrior indeed.
He's kind of a horn dog, but he's alright. Just imagine him in Chaldea. Let's get crunked.
I'm right there with all of you, but now's not the time. But I'm not that strong. I never was. For I am not a warrior. I simply cannot help but wish to not die. That is all I think about. All I can think about. I don't want to be strangled. I don't want to be cut. I don't want to be flogged. I don't want to be burned. I don't want to be stabbed. I don't want to be starved. I don't want to be shot. I don't want to be eaten. I don't want to be crushed. I don't want to be poisoned. There's so many ways to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. No matter what, that's all I've ever wanted. For me, stories were my lifeline. A thin, flimsy lifeline, comprised solely of words I've strung together pretensely, uncertainly.
Hang on. And the 1001 Nights.
That's right, Master. I know the story of the 1001 Nights, and the Arabian Nights as well. In it, there was a king who was taking virgins as wives and killing them the next morning. You volunteered to go and stop him because it was the right thing to do, didn't you? At first, yes. But do you know what it's like to spend night after night, the deranged king who no longer trusts women? The fear that comes with not ever knowing if the next day will be your last. He couldn't be reasoned with or bargained with. He'd simply kill women for no reason at all. I could have been killed merely because the wind blew, or because it rained. Anything could have set him off. And of course, it was always possible he would grow tired of my stories, decide to kill me rather than wait to find what happens next. It is as though I lived the poisonous insect who killed me with but a single sting. That is why, after some time, all I had left was the desire to not die. That was all I had, devoted my entire being towards fulfilling it. Words, expressions, presence, gaze. Servitude, demeanor, opinions, changes, worldview, stories, pleasures, temperature, uselessness, usefulness, submissiveness, stimulation. I gave up everything I had, all so I wouldn't have to die. And at long last, after 1,000 interminable nights, the king finally came to his senses. After all, when I had lived my one and only life, I was forced to become a rogue spirit. After I had been shaped and formed solely by my desire to not die, I went and became a being that is doomed to be repeatedly summoned and always disappear.
Kings are both great in stature and foolish in mind. Agartha itself has proven as much. A single person attempting to lead a nation will inevitably end in discord. Regardless of whether that discord leads to failure among its people or failure in the land in the nation itself, I know now the responsibility for either outcome falls on the king. On the outside, that king will appear foolish or even tyrannical. No matter how skilled a warrior they are, kings who cannot accept that foolishness will not stay king. My future self knows that well. Nothing I can say to you could make up for the suffering you endured, spending 1,000 nights with such a foolish king. But I can say this. I won't let you destroy the world simply because you don't want to die. We Celtic warriors see the world as a battlefield of honor. Your stories contain no hint of honor.
Yeah, I don't really get what you're going on right now.
God damn it, Astolfos, listen.
But I do know I definitely don't want the servant system going away. That would mean I never get to visit any new places or meet anyone new. Or get to send anyone off with a word of encouragement ever again, right? That'd be awful. I don't want to forget those tears. I'm a knight to the White Lily, sworn to protect France. Indirect though it may be, I'm proud that I continue to fulfill my duty even in death. If you wish to remove the means of fulfilling my duty, that makes you an enemy of France and me. Above all, I can't let you cause a catastrophe. Well said, Master. When Master's size struck the earth, the damage would truly be cataclysmic. We absolutely have to prevent that, no matter what. Fearing death, clinging to life, attempting to destroy everything. Not much may be the same as the demon god king's plan. But she has nothing beyond that. No intentions of remaking the planet, nor starting over. All she's doing is trying to destroy the world out of petty personal desire. Again, she has nothing beyond that. I don't know how much influence the demon god pillar has had on her. This whole idea is twisted. She's trying to commit suicide by destroying the world, all so that she'll never have to die again. Don't misunderstand me. I would just as soon leave the world out of this if I could. That one who summoned me told me that there was one heroic spirit who voluntarily disappeared from the throne of his own accord. How I envy him. Things would have been so much easier if only I could do that too. I'm gonna punch you in the face. You've got it completely backwards. No idea what a great and tragic feat it was for him to disappear from the throne like that. Whether it's potential they failed to live up to, or tasks they failed to complete. Every great person has unfinished business, of one kind or another. Only those who have succeeded at leaving nothing at all behind can fully disappear from this universe. His soul will never transmigrate. No one will ever tell his stories again. He'll never be needed by anyone for anything. No choice to disappear. The void. You envy him for that. I need help. I miss him so much. You don't need to say anything, Master. I feel the same way. There's no idea the fear is just inside in all of us. Come on, let's show her just how wrong-headed her envy is. Okay, Shirazade. This is really going to hurt. All I want is to not die. Nothing more. So why? Why are you trying to subject me to that again? How could you be so cruel? Very well then. Suppose I have to fight. I don't want to die. I doubt you'll let me go, no matter how beautiful a Dagosa I present. Yeah, no shit. You're trying to crush an entire city. You know, kill a shit ton of people. We kind of can't let you do that. And that was before you insulted Roman. I have nothing against you, Tabasu. I think I envy you too. Out of everyone here, you're the only one. We will never have to die again once you are dead. What? All right, because Mash isn't here. You don't know that. Should somebody tell her there's a multiverse? I'm gonna kick your face in. Face divinity. The power of a beast. Your lackeys are gone, Shirazade. What now? Oh, you have more. Oh, a lot more.
Let's see. Increase the resistance against attacks from king enemies. Nero, are you a king enemy? Let's find out.
7つの竜よ翼となってかけるいざ溶かし追い込まれるか
Well, Draco Nero specifically. Maybe. Maybe you are.
そこですご存知のはず早立てですカルウェナ劇場の準備は整っているようだ幕を開けよ7つの竜よ翼となってかけるいざ溶かし追い込まれるか
Go down!
違法の国時の終わりなれど剣は彼の手霊言なる勝利を刻めラウンド・バーバロンそこです昔
Force targeting.
ご存知の
Alright. Very well. Oh.
早立てですカルウェナ
Let's do it like this.
さあよかろう誇りにかけて
Roy, come up!
燃えよデイバロンドムスアウレアよ砕けラウチアのクラウディウス我が情熱は豪華のごとく輝き輝き入れましょう 下がっている望みを声にせよ足を狙これは私
Oh, I didn't realize she was doing that. Oops.
終わりなき願いのものアルフ大学繰り返します援護今宵はここまでこの姿でやぶ
Ooh, that's my B.
黄昏の時を新しい
Chaos! Labyrinth!
最果ての島罪の都最後の竜は我がの目に集
Ooh,
う
dragons with
ラウンド
immortal.
バーバロン
Round of Avalon.
そこですご存知のはず
Yeah, Steris has new animations.
山間です要請接続熱を帯びなさいマルミアドワーズ早立ちですカルウェナ要請接続早立ち 対終末対粛清防御始め。最果ての島罪の都
I like that breaking through the wall animation. That was pretty cool.
円卓の守護者たちラウンドオブアーバロン。
His new attacks are so visceral.
このように
Chaos Labyrinth.
やめてください。寝てしまっても構いませんよ。ご存知のはず。
Nothing.
答えであれば
You're just useless.
黄昏の時を
Useless. Useless.
違法な国時の終わり慣れと剣は彼の手に霊言なる勝利を刻め。ラウンドオブアーバロン。
Not who I intended to hit, but okay. That worked.
新昔
Fucking Christ.
山口 下がっているように
Be weakened. Further. Further.
受けるがいい。これは私のことの葉が強い。
You don't want to meet the rest of my. What the? Oh.
大学
Oh, we have weakened her so much.
ここまで
Those were zeros.
隙を突かれました。あるまじき失態です。
And now I'm here to add on to it.
士族の誇りにかけて命令でいいでしょう。命令です。狩りの
I'll get you.
軟弱
Rip you from this world.
ご存知のはず。
Your quits early so strong. You won't last much longer. You think that will stop me?
いいでしょう。宝具
Done nothing but dig your own grave.
あなた
I'll take that. And weaken you for it.
いいとも見せてやる。
Black Dog Galatane. Here I come. Just one left.
熱を帯びなさい。マルミアドワーズ。
Go on.
いいでしょう。
I will soften them up for you. Chaos! Labyrinth!
Good job,
嬉し
Asterios.
いものですね。
Hell yeah, dude.
皆さんのおかげです。
That's the kind of performance I love to see. Investments well made. Well, then we'll swap out you. In case you're counting as a king enemy. Hmm. She's tough.
Of course, after all, I don't want to die.
It's really harder than it should be. Something's not right. It's not technique or experience. More like she just squirms away when it feels like I've got a clear shot.
Is that so? I ain't noticed anything like that. I feel the same as Astolfos. I still cannot use my sword against her, but I should at least be able to hold her in place. And yet she always manages to slip away at the last moment. What's going on? Allow me to tell you one of my traits. Now that I'm a servant, no king can kill me. After all, the reason I became a rogue spirit is because I avoided death at a king's hands. Although strictly speaking, it's only a skill that lets me move around in order to keep kings at bay.
Ah, crap, you serious? I guess since I'm a prince, it technically affects me too.
So not anti-personal, but an anti-king skill.
Master, this skill's making it easy for her to stall for time. Laputa's huge landmass has been slowly but surely moving this whole time. It's clear the singularity took shape by combining with your noble phantasm. But what sort of magical energy could you possibly put together to make that work? How in the world do you manage the resources, the design? He's the one who told me how it would work. I was to summon servants to an enclosed underground world and have them fight one another. Such an environment would naturally lead to conflict, and the more twisted the better. So I decided to use a conquistador with an unabashedly twisted desire as the base of its design.
As Columbus said, Agratha was indeed the sort of world he had long wished for, but he could not have guessed that the patron who granted that wish had even more deplorable motives.
It doesn't matter how it was all designed. The main goal was getting servants to fight, which means
Conflicts between servants would lead to a vortex of magical energy. On top of that, The enclosed nature of the underground singularity enabled it to trap the vanquished servants' souls, and to continuously exploit the energy generated as they attempted to return to the throne. And that was the goal. It would use that abundant energy to slowly make my story into reality.
That sounds rather like having a horse turned to a cogwheel by dangling a carrot before its nose.
He also told me it could be considered a kind of Holy Grail war.
Ah, shit. Oh, hold on. Gonna run the ad. All right. That's over.
Holy Grail war that exists solely as a twisted story, where no one attempts to seek the Grail. But before I knew it, the Holy Grail war had already materialized in the form of a story come to life. Look out, Master. Think she's still just trying to stall for time. If Laputa drops on a major city, she'll have won. Please hurry.
Okay then, time to bust all the cliches about how I've been holding back this whole time.
I fought alongside all of you. I know how strong you are. Indeed powerful enough to kill me if I let down my guard. So from here on, I leave to you, Phoenix.
Phoenix, I am the true reunion, one of the 72 demon god pillars.
It's the demon god pillar. Please be careful. Phoenix, the demon god of death and rebirth, thought to be identical to the phoenix known in the West. His number's 37, his rank, Marquis. It's said that every word is a natural poem.
I see, that explains his unusual manner of speech. As the quality of his poetry, I shall refrain from voicing my opinion. I would love to have Watson offer his opinion on it. Not that he's a poet himself, of course. But perhaps hearing what passes for poetry from this creature would inspire him to try his hand at it.
I finally understand why I wasn't able to see the demon god lurking behind Scheherazade before. A number of his values are inverted. In other words, numerically speaking, he's already dead. Now I see. We never saw him because he never looked for something that was dead. This may only be a trick unique to a demon god pillar of death and rebirth, but we probably shouldn't count out on future demon god pillars being easily detectable either.
The reason I am here to prove my friendship, to accept Scheherazade for who she is. Life and death, unavoidable. Self-purpose, unavoidable. Life and death, simple death. No rebirth, only acquired by melding with me. A
wish or dream, not to die, not to live. Found it, I found it. Answer the answer.
Sounds like he's actually sympathizing with her.
You actually understand what this demon god is saying, Master?
More or less.
That's amazing. No wonder you're the master.
I didn't have the faintest idea. I may not know what he's saying, but I do know what he's attempting.
Yep. Now that he's not hiding anymore, he's gonna try to do us in personally. Let's do this, Master. Let's show him how he's no different from any of the other thousands of pillars we've whooped before. Our target is Phoenix, the 37th demon god pillar. Please destroy him, Master.
I came into this fight expecting a rematch with Sierrazade. Oh well. You'll have to do.
Now suffer.
私の力が必要ならば全力で
Oh, you don't have any extra bars.
要するに別だ早炊きですカルウェイ要するに別だ早炊きですカルウェイ法的かお呼びですか
Fire it up!
最果ての幼いあなたへあなたを信じてあなたを見上げて今も私は走っています胸に宿る星の鼓動ホープビル・キャメロット
Hope will Camelot.
目を引きますゲート・オブ・アバド竜の鼓動
Adorable.
運命をかけた戦いであれば熱を帯びなさいマルミアドワーズ
We'll clear that
どう
away.
します下がっているように最果ての島罪の都最後の竜は我が胸に集え円卓の守護者たちラウンド・オブ・アバロン輝き輝き
All right.
光の鋭くホープで企画かと待ちわびていました
Let's hit him with everything we've got.
最果ての幼いあなたへあなたを信じてあなたを見上げて今も私は走っています胸に宿る星の鼓動ホープビル・キャメロット
Done already.
ザザーンザザーン夏の浜辺はいいものですね夕日がとても綺麗です
Fergus!
I'm not the only one.
Sorrow, doubt, are we evil? No, we are nature. As such, we must be one mind, Shirazade equal Phoenix.
Glad you're comfy.
Our wish not to die while alive, our fate to be reborn once dead. Compulsion, our existence, contradiction, our wish never to be granted. We are both slaves to our wish. But if all living things wish not to die, if we live forever, without being stripped of that, that is not a wish, it is a curse. We cannot help but one to break it.
Did we get him?
Demon God Pillar's signal's gone, but... Master, pick it up a faint servant reading nearby. Please be careful.
Shirazade? Okay, well, she's almost dead.
Phoenix, you were the only one to ever understand me. But nothing has changed. The ending's already been written. After all, Laputa has already materialized. Even if the demon god vanishes or I die, I will still plummet to Earth. Not a story, but reality. Parts of it may be damaged. That doesn't matter. It should retain its form until impact. There's nothing anyone can do to stop it. It's the final chapter for all of you. For me. At last, my wish will come true.
It looks like this is it. But it just disappeared now. If I just disappeared now, I truly would be pathetic.
Fergus, your wound's too deep. Stay down.
No, it's okay. Young and weak as I am, I know there's no way to escape grievous injury while trying to battle a demon god pillar. But this time, I experienced one out. Thanks to the training I undergo on in Agratha, I was able to escape with my life, though only barely. That said, I don't have much time. Before I go, I'd like to talk to Shirazade.
But your spirit origins barely holding together. Besides, nothing you do about her will help to stop, or nothing you do about her will help to stop Laputa.
I think he's got something in mind.
The young wounded warrior, the powerless, hapless, half-baked child, who never truly had a role to play in this story. You can't stop this. You simply cannot. Even if you sully your innocent hands blinding my life now, Laputa will not be erased.
You're wrong, Shirazade. All I'm going to erase is your fear of death. You are a strong woman. May have had the demon god pillar's help. You still planned, constructed, and created this story. More than that, you never gave the slightest hint that it was you, even though you were right by our side. You're nothing if not resilient. And not just you. Every woman we met here in Agratha was strong. The Hut, Uzaitan, Penicilia, the Pirates of Wise, the subjects of the Nightless City, the Amazons of El Dorado. They were all strong in their own ways. Thanks to that, I see now just how narrow-minded I used to be. How foolish it was to think women were nothing but chaste, dainty creatures, only fit for sewing. They could never be a valiant opponent against whom to draw my sword.
What is your point? Are you saying that now that you know how strong women are, you're ready to kill one yourself? I told you, if you kill me.
No, it's not that. My point is that I believe I eventually realize that when I'm alive as well. That version of me met, saw, spoke to, and did battle with strong women. I can even remember some names, though only faintly. Meb of Kundrak, Skahak, the queen of the land of shadows, Eraf, ferocious as a wild dog, Deirdre, fiercely fought her awful fate, Ness, who offered up her body so her child could be king. No doubt I met these women after I was fully formed. Even before I met them, there must have been other similarly strong women as well. That's what caused me to realize how men and women ought to be.
I don't understand what you're talking about. No point in bringing up your past.
Yes, there is. If I'm going to stop you, I need to tell you about myself. About how greedy I was.
Greedy, really? You've been all stoic and earnest and a real nut for training all this time.
I mean that I was greedy for a king. I wanted it all. There's no choice but to train. A sign of my desire and my anxiety. The same with my greed. Mash, do you remember what you told me before? You said that no matter what else may happen, as long as you remain yourself, you'll become who you're meant to be.
I did? Yes, maybe I did.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. In the same way that I came to realize how strong women are. The time I spent here in Agratha merely let me experience things I would eventually learn anyways. Some women loved to plunder. Some were bound by social norms. Some simply obeyed their leader. What more, every one of them lived happily in their own way. They all had strong points and shortcomings. I'm a simple man at heart, so I wanted to solve that complexity. I wanted to know if it was possible to lead a nation in a way that everyone could accept. As I said before, I'm greedy. I couldn't stand the idea of everyone not being happy. So as I learned more about Agartha, I kept thinking and thinking and thinking. In the end, I realized something I should have known all along. What's that? The truth is, I'm not cut out to be a king. After all that build-up, that is all you wanted to say? Of course not. There's more to it than that. To make a long story short, I realized this morning that I don't measure up. Put it bluntly, I just don't have what it takes to be a king. You all saw that much sooner than I did, and I finally see it for myself now. Thank you for being kind enough not to say anything. You're best to stay quiet with a straight face. I never did become a king, or rather, I didn't stay one for very long. True, according to legend, you agreed to step down from the throne for a year and pass it on to your lover's child from a previous marriage. But after the year had passed, your subjects still wanted your lover's child to continue ruling. So you gracefully stepped aside and became a mere warrior, or so the legend goes. Gracefully, huh? That's a nice way to put it, but I doubt I had any choice. By that time, I'm sure I had already realized what I know now. I didn't have what it takes to be a king. But I was so greedy, it would be wrong of me to pursue that greed for the throne. Now fulfilling it as an ordinary man was the right thing to do. In other words, I learned that what I was only really suited for cherishing the things I love. And what are those? Fighting and women, of course.
Senpai, starting to sound more like the usual Fergus.
I know, Mash, but let's not bring that up now. He's having a moment.
Incidentally, Da Vinci had it backwards. I gave Conchobar the throne so that I could take Ness as my lover. Essentially, I sold my crown all because I wanted a woman's body. And pretty despicable of me, isn't it? Once again, where are you going with this? Never heard such an incoherent story in my life. Really? I was hoping you'd give me some leeway on that, since I'm a warrior rather than a storyteller. But alright, I'll get to the point. Basically, I learned about the strength that women possess. I learned that they are our equals and in many ways rivals, not worthy devoting my life to pursuing. What about you, Sherazade? What do you mean? Let me ask you about Agratha. You created it so that women would be the dominant gender. Why? I already told you. I used Columbus's desire as the base for it. Are you sure about that? Columbus's desires was to get rich by selling slaves. No reason to have those slaves had to be women. As far as he was concerned, the fact that Agratha was full of women simply icing on the cake. He would have been perfectly happy and acted the same if it had been dominated by men. If he had made this world in line with his desires, it could have easily been a world ruled by oppressive kings rather than queens. But instead, you went out of your way to make it ruled by women. Why? I'm not... I see. So you did it unconsciously without understanding why. My guess is, you did that because you inherently fear men. You see them as being inextricably linked with death. That's why you wanted to keep them under control.
had them treated as livestock rather than people. Based on what you told us before, it's clearly that king who instilled this fear in you. He was truly a terrible person. Make you endure such torment for 1,000 nights. He was not fit to be a king, just as I, though for different reasons. Be that as it may, what does it matter? That's why I have to tell you that you're wrong. Now that I've realized the connection between me, the Fergus McGrath, who wanted to be a good king, and the Fergus McGrath, who knows how men and women ought to be, I have to make sure you understand the truth I've grasped. Please let it be something reasonable. You need men and women to make children.
That.
Yeah. Oh, shit, Fergus. I found this pamphlet next to my bed this morning.
A very sound conclusion. What a profoundly mundane truism.
What are you talking about? That's just common sense. Yes, it is. And yet, you don't seem to grasp it. Yes, men can and do bring about death. Ridiculous to think of them in only that way. There is much more important role that men and women both share. It is something you should be thinking about long before you think about dying or being killed. No, I don't get it. I don't understand. To begin with, how I think about death for men is none of your business. Even if you do erase my fear of death, there's still nothing you can do to stop Laputa. It actually is our business right now, considering your current actions. That's... Indeed, Laputa will not stop. It will only continue on its path towards the destruction of fantasy. A ruler? All right. I have a few options. Goes my favorite. Actually, if we're just going to do that, I'm going to switch this in, and then I'm going to... Where's the setup? Do I not have it set up on this? Yes, here it is. All right. Do, 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 do. Let's show them what we've got. Indeed, Laputa will not stop. It will only continue on its path towards the destruction of fantasy.
Why is the body of one of the resistance members talking?
I thought you were a storyteller, Sherazade. Why are you listening instead of telling?
You're...
I thought we had talked about our fear of death, about the cruelty that inevitably accompanies life.
My, what a horrible voice. Sounds more in line with what its legends describe. Perhaps it has something to do with his new form. At least he's talking in normal senses now. Then is his new form, or did the poetry just get old? Either way, it certainly simplifies matters. At any rate, suppose we shouldn't be surprised that a demon of death in rebirth is hard to kill. At the risk of being repetitive, he's technically already dead. Goes for both humans. He's using as a vessel the demon god pillar himself.
And yet he's still here in the physical world. How's it even possible?
How do we kill something that's already dead?
Phoenix.
My friend, the one who understands me, the one who runs from life and death. Didn't I tell you about the many times I have died, about the unfairness of it all? I know you have told me the many times you have died, about the unfairness of it all. And I know I told you this, that you had reached the same conclusion as me, a demon god, a being who has transcended human understanding. Thus, it is a truth. Our wish is truth. It is wrong for those with many lives to also experience death many times.
Yes, you're right.
But worry not. No matter what the rabble may be plotting, our wish will be granted. As long as I'm here. No, even if I fall now, this fantastical city will succeed in its descent and destruction of a real city on inertia alone. There is no way to stop it. It is I who shall see the will of the 72 demon gods is done. The incineration of humanity may no longer be possible, but there is no end of ways to bring about the end. My true ambition in dropping a mystical city to burst the bubble of human understanding, may it fall, bring about humanity's destruction.
There must be a way to stop it.
That's right. I'm certain there is. But to figure it out and actually do it, it seems clear that we need to defeat the demon god first.
That too is impossible. The very nature of my being is all I need to declare that my destruction at your hands will never happen. What a pity. Sherazade, you are nearly at death's door. Stay there and bear witness. The world's life and death are blended together with fantasy. I promise you, this detestable death will be the last death you shall ever have to suffer.
Demon god pillars reappeared. His threat letter seemed greater than before. So we didn't splat him hard enough the first time. Man, he's tough.
Nonetheless, I'm afraid we have no choice. We'll destroy him as many times as we must. Afraid not yet, the Knight of the Red Branch. I'm still on my way to becoming that. But even so, I promise I'll use everything currently at my disposal to make up for being miscast. I guess we'll just have to find a way to destroy him while we fight. At any rate, we finally found our ultimate objective. He may be one of Godia's pesky remnants, but I bet if Godia were here now, he'd be clutching his ears saying we have no need for one such as this after hearing him speak. I have no love lost for the king of demon gods. We could at least pay the minimal amount of respect we owe to any formidable opponent. On behalf of Chaldea and all humanity, destroy the demon god Phoenix. Get him, Tiramisu. All right, gotta run the ad. Boom. Maybe I should have grabbed Queen Sky instead. Oh well. Nothing for it. All right. Back from ads. Let's do this. I will show you. Yeah. I'll show you just what I got. Burning battlefield. Demon King, the six heavens. It is but a dream, B++. I've learned to fly. I shall die for the heavens. Arabanya of war. Immature scheme D. Let us end this. Let's go, sister. Of course. I'll leave the rest to you. Slay this god. You're gonna need to do a lot better than that. Let's fuck him up! Oh yeah, that's what I love to see. Insolent pest! You fool! Set up the mirrors. Rock the shields. Round of Avalon. 400%.
竜は我がのね。集う円卓の守護者たち。ラウンド・オブ・アバロン。メッセージ。私には神秘と地のことが
Die.
全ては分かる。そして消える。
Well, that was quite nice.
Useless, useless, useless.
Whip the god asunder.
破順返上。権限せよ。三千大戦天王。打ち払え。死ね。この程度はこらえてみせい。それだけか。よいぞよいぞ。この我が視界ごと飲み干してくれよ。
Let's see.
下がっているように。イーグル。消えよ。
Hell yeah.
それだけか。それだけか。当たるも響か。当たらぬも響か。熱を帯びなさい。マルミアドワーズ。
Well then,
いいわね。チロ。
score up, bitch.
明日の天気は雨。戦線を離脱します。 それだけか。
Is that all you've got?
火の火の響こ。運命をかけた戦いであれば早炊きですよ。カルウェナ。よいぞよいぞ。え、私よかろう。オッケーオッケー。ひみこひみこ。
Rock it up.
ひみひみこ。ひみひみひみこみこひみこ。見えた。精神救援鏡。破人返上。
400%.
天使界に波動を開く。破壊せよ。三千大戦天王。メッセージ。
You just do not want to stay dead.
そして消える。ごめんね。みんな。無駄にすぎる。こんなものでは終われぬのだ。先に進みましょう。
Oh, battle's over. Okay.
大勝利の後に取っておきます。
Let's try a different angle then. Or maybe the angle is simpler than I was assuming. Because this did work wonders. Just swap in Quaint Sky instead. Our attacks are landing. Can't seem to kill him. There's no time for compliments, but no wonder he's called a demon god of death and rebirth.
We're kind of worn out after all this fighting. Something doesn't give. I don't like our chances.
Crushing, loathsome, burning.
Okay, I can't keep up that voice.
Burning, lamentable.
Ugh. Ow. Ugh.
Lamentable, beheading, unwatchable. Now the members, now the manner of your deaths.
His offense is relentless. Master, I think we should do something.
Don't worry, we got a chance, I'm sure of it.
Ragnarok then. Wonderful. This will link life and death like never before.
I've been waiting for this moment.
I am unable to kill Siazati, for I am without a doubt a king greater than any other. And as his bond with her, I could not kill you either. Thus I have no choice to hide and bide my time for the chance to strike. And now you have separated, and that time has come. Uzaitan! Silence, speak out, hussy. Do not misunderstand me. Your nation is still mine. I am still alive after all. But this nation is still mine. I am still alive after all. And I certainly never relinquish my throne. I have red hair. Like canonically. As such, the hooligan is nothing more than a nuisance to my nation. If he thinks he can float my land to the sky and drop it unpunished, this fool is gravely mistaken. Zaitan, right, her signal disappear when Megalos crushed her in the Nightless City, but I never saw exactly why that happened. You know what they say, they don't glitter away, they're A-okay. I assumed her spirit origin signal had vanished after that attack, but she could have just been using her skills as an assassin to conceal her presence this whole time.
You have wasted your effort, interloper. Cursed Uzaitan, what can you hope to?
Once I've found the criminal, the next step is obvious. Torture, torture, and more torture. Torture is the art of keeping one's victim alive as long and agonizingly as possible while killing him. Now plunge into my deadly pot, demon god.
Ugh! Irksome flea.
Ugh. Little woo! Idiot, simpleton, fool, don't just stand there. Sadly, you can find the words will kill even the demon god of death and rebirth. He's being kept in a state of both life and death. Now hurry up and finish him off.
How he's all wiggling around and stuff. He's surrounded by poisonous bog.
Now I see. That's why I'm here. Vargas. Leon, Estelphus, Termisu. The rest is up to you. Don't worry. I never had more of a bit part to play. I won't make any difference to the story if I'm gone.
Hey, you're not seriously going in there.
What was that fool doing? Jump into my noble phantasm. If I read this right, the melting pot of life and death, shaped and molded by the pain of torture and the plane of existence, one where the concepts of life and death mingle together. So when I die here, simultaneously come back to life, there should give me a chance to try again. Chance to try again? This pot's truly a place where life and death are mixed together. And if it's a still developing Vargas McRot ordinarily never even existed, I'm able to accept both life and death at the same time. And in that moment, that should create a link to the version of me should have been summoned all along. So you're gonna try and force a connection between your death and your rebirth. That's certainly bold of you. You're essentially trying to resummon yourself. But it could work. It would only be a moment, but that would let you make contact with your older self. Except you were already fairly injured to begin with, so that torturous noble phantasm could end up actually killing you. How are you planning to do about that rebirth part? With this?
A Tamio Paco! You still have one.
It's the one Columbus tried to use. Luckily, it happened to land near me. There's no more time. Here goes nothing. Accept the pain and death and use the Tommy Obako's magical energy. Be reborn instantaneously. At the same time, I'll pull out that last bit of my true self's existence in the space between life and death and make it my own. Here it goes!
Fergus!
That's it. That's it. It's so tiny. Grow. Just like a rainbow. Come a sword of infinite length, but a sword nonetheless. My rainbow sword of unending length. There's also a spiral sword. Spiral rainbow sword. Color bulk!
That's the sword the other Fergus carries. That little dagger, really?
With this sword, even a careless strike made in anger can easily annihilate 3 hilltops. The power is great enough to destroy entire landscapes. As such, I'll use it to crush both the demon god who eternally wanders between life and death, and this land of fantasy floating beneath my feet.
Incredible. Colopogs absorbing all the surrounding magical energy that spins, which causes it to spin even faster.
Rainbow, spill forth where the spiral leads. Call therefore, Calaborg! Still not enough, huh? In that case, Thomasu, finish him off! And kill them boys. Started up my noble phantasm like a mixing bowl. Well, what are you waiting for? Do it!
Master, can't waste this opportunity. The creative force.
Time to finish him off!
After 10 turns? Jesus, I can kill him way faster than that. Ugh, gonna be a pain in my ass. That's what you are.
この我が視界ごと飲み干してくれよ。ぜひに及ばず人滅あるのみ。イノベーション始めます。姉上の意向にひれ伏すがいい。そのまま私を止め。姉上の意向にひれ伏すがいい。
Need you to kill that thing a lot faster.
ご用件は？バック。それ。メッセージ。それだけか。
Enough games. Burn up.
Come on. He's just gonna keep doing that for 10 freaking turns. Well, the cowboy is gonna lower his HP at least. That'll make him easier to handle. All right. Do this, and this, and yeah, I think we'll be good for a turn here while we set this up. That a girl. Ah, shit. Okay, not as bad as I thought it was going to end up. Ow. All right. Unleash.
あれも違うこれも違うパタ精神かだなるクワンの鏡皆様どうぞご覧くださいこのたくましい方と重厚な暴走
Fire.
お分かりになりましたねあなたたちなど私の敵ではないことが
And Nobunaga. 500%. Overcharge. All right, next. Break him. Keep going. Burn. You missed. Keep up if you can.
そのつもりです破順返上権限せよ三千大戦天皇
Every revival, you get weaker.
メッセージトライク人滅あるのみ守りますそのつもりです
Let him have it.
けか。
Only 1 HP, bitch.
我も落ちたものよ。
Nothing for you to do except die.
果てた戦いであれば三つ葉は熱い。雷雲そのつもりです。下がっているように。火災発生。特殊放水車を要請。総員退避なさい。災禍などくっつけ。
Fire!
急に行け。ガラティーン。ファング召喚。輝き。 あり下がっているように。最果ての島、罪の都。
Do 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 do
最後の竜は我
do.
が身に。集え、円卓の守護者たち。ラウンドオブアーバロン。そこです。制圧。
Just stay dead, you bitch. Really made me wait 10 turns for this. He's had 1 HP for like 3 turns. He just keeps infinite reviving. There. Now he's no longer gonna infinite revive. Time to stay dead, asshole.
今日いいでしょう。誇りにかけて。夏の私は負けにあらず。
You'd think after a certain point you'd give up whenever we reduced your max HP to 1. Like at that point, give up.
先に進みましょう。宴会は大勝利の後に取っておきます。
Demon God Pillar's slowing down. It's working.
Almost there!
Please, stop it. You're destroying Laputa. If you do that, I'll have to die over and over. Who knows how many times. Aims again.
Oh, it's not so bad once you get used to it. It's starting to feel more like a nice hot bath, at any rate. I told you that men and women have an important role. You still don't get what comes after that. It's okay to live in fear of death. The feeling everyone has, to a different degree. But it's because death's inevitable. Inevitably comes at the end. You have to make sure to enjoy life. A good life is one spent enjoying the pleasures it offers. Enjoying food, enjoying drink, enjoying battle, enjoying sex, which I just learned about this morning. Everyone are enjoying laughter. I have every sympathy for you that you weren't able to live like that. But even if you weren't, you should still find a way to smile. That exquisite body of yours is wasted if all you are is miserable. I can groan. Nah, give him his moment. Fergus! Wait, no, that's not right. Sorry, forget I said that. You're a strong woman to have fought death for so long. Well, the time for that is over. Now you should live your life in a way that makes you happy. You know, one that doesn't involve you slamming cities into other cities. The way you're living now, always shrinking away, the fear of death constantly hanging over you, point where you can't muster the slightest hint of joy. How is that any different from being dead? I don't know about you. The idea of living your whole life, dreading what comes at the end, doesn't sound like much fun to me. If you're prepared to destroy the world all because you don't want to die, and you've got that much strength within you, then show me you're also prepared to meet life head on with a smile. I don't understand. I'll never understand. I can't smile. They didn't draw a portrait of me smiling. No, they did! Here, the sprite work! What be the point? Men are sucker for women with lovely smiles. Naturally, it goes for me too. And titties. Gotta love them titties. Where'd that come from? I'm still hacked into older Fergus right now to get this sword. I think it's bleeding in. So if you smile, you'll be able to land yourself a real catch like me. I think you're ugly, though. God damn it! I tried. You landed me. I'd gladly make love to you. I'd do everything in my power to ensure we had beautiful, healthy children, and... Okay, Fergus, we get it. You're ruining your badass moment right now. I protect you from all manners of death, the pain and frustration life keeps throwing at you, as much as I possibly can. Is he sexually harassing her? No, this is Fergus' way of being encouraging. Never mind what he's saying. His voice filled with such life-affirming energy. Okay, but both can be true at the same time. Oh, I got an ad. Hold on. All right, ad's over.
It's practically brimming with energy.
Well, testing some decks, but man, a lot has changed. Some of these decks, since I kind of forgot to check on the state of Yu-Gi-Oh! For all of 2025, man, I'm baffled that a lot of staple selections have changed. Hi, A4, welcome to the stream. Yeah, well, some stayed the same, but some have changed. The Milcery are some of the new big hand traps right now. By inspired that sort of reaction, you, Miss Mash. That's a fine compliment indeed. But then I guess that's no surprise, as that was also one of my best pickup lines yet. There's not a woman in the world that wouldn't fall for it. And I haven't yet lit up my spiral sword one bit either. A true Celtic warrior is one who gets the girl and saves the world.
That's the most arrogant, bullheaded, egotistical, moronic, self-centered way of thinking with one's phallus I've ever heard. Those words are no more than wind, utterly hollow. No way to protect someone from all manners of death. Absolutely impossible. Told that to Wukong. Got a point there. May have been a bit much. Someone like Miss Sherazade were to attack us, be pretty thoroughly screwed. But even in times like this, there'd be something there to replace your fear of death. I think the quickest way is to help you get over it. Have you ever been attended to by a handsome man when you were ill, or a beloved child squeeze your hand while you were laid up in bed? Why is both of these her suffering? Novell Drytron support. Word I didn't expect either. I mean, you could shove Drytrons into any ritual stuff. I don't, but like, you can. I use the incantation stuff to help fill it out, help search it, and all that, of course, but also is like on theme. Unless you mean just like direct support for them, in which case, yeah, I know Nouvelle's got a couple of pieces. I've been using them. The recipe book is very useful. The second chef, a little hit or miss, but he's there and he's useful. Okay, direct support. Oh, and Angry Burger. Angry Burger is great. I don't understand. Just what are you trying to say? Sherazade, it's normal to fear death. But fear can be laid to rest by living a meaningful life. Exactly, you see. Oh, beautiful bodied one. Here the young master gets it. Well, I have seen it firsthand a lot by now. If a man you love from the bottom of your heart, or a child you raise with tender care, by your side, you won't even have time to fear death. I imagine you're only saying such things because you've never been able to negate that fear.
No, not yet.
What? The tentacles are shooting from his body and head for... Oh no. I can't believe he still had that much strength left.
It hurts. I'm dying. I'm dying while living. Dying in the middle of the provisional contradiction where life becomes death. I'm too exhausted to escape this muddied space of life and death. Nor can I escape the spiraling rainbow gouging away at me. Sherazade, give me the last of your strength, your life, even a little will do. I'll die like this. Concept I represent will end without dying. Somewhere, the concept of the phoenix will have a worthless, meaningless end, where it dies countless times without rebirth. I'm melting. I'm sinking. It hurts. To infinitely hurt. And give them to me. You laggard. I don't want to die. Hurry up, it hurts! Ah!
Film my mouth. Occasionally disconnecting and reconnecting is a little annoying. Might need a new mouse.
How many times have I suffered? The pain of death, the fear of death. Not fair. We're the only ones! The only ones! It's not fair. It's not right. I won't accept it!
Hurry, we must finish him. Or perhaps we should use a projectile of some sort to finish off Sherazade instead.
Wait, hang on. Don't think we need to do that.
No, this time, I refuse.
What? What are you doing? Have you gone mad? My friend, I thought you feared death as I do. That you understood it like I do.
Indeed, I do. I understand it very well. I know that I won't change, even when this transient life ends. The next me begins anew elsewhere. I have little doubt that I will again be dreading the prospect of death. But despite that, Phoenix, the way you are now is just a bit unseemly.
What is this? What is this? What is this, Shirazade?
Fearing death as I do, I can't help but be particular about the manner in which I die. At the least.
Did Magic Sketchers get a link to? I want to say last year. Maybe even the year before. I've had it for a little bit now.
Decided I don't want this death to be at the hands of something as unseemly as you. It is that simple.
I can't keep this up any longer. Now is the time. Bring him down.
As you wish, my little empress. Ugh!
Life, death, life, death, life, death, life, death, death, death.
Oh, good. He took the poison with him.
No, that's how the daughter of a poor government official would laugh. Yes, there we go. That's how an empress would laugh. I worked really hard, you know. I studied as much as I could. Memorized books, poems. I suppressed my desire to play. Everything I did to get where I wanted to go. I am an empress. I decided that's what I would be. That's what I will be. Right to the end. That criminal got the punishment he deserved. Well done. Was I done? I can to see this criminal was properly punished. No interest in saving any of you. You hear me? I know. But thank you anyways. Still, since I'm able to torture that imbecile, try to overthrow my nation myself. I'm in a rather good mood. An excellent mood, in fact. So just for today, I may just permit you to pat my head or give me candy if you like.
I find it baffling to bring back Summon Sorceress, but not Electromite. They're bringing back Summon Sorceress? Man, what are they even doing? Oh, just the other day I got fucking FTK'd by Trickstars. Something clearly needs to get hit there. Might be Light Stage. And that's only a might. Maybe we'll see her again someday.
Through our lives are prone to unexpected goodbyes and meetings alike. That's just how it is. And right now, we are still here. As I said, I know that I won't change, not one bit. But I think it is my fault that I did that.
You sure you haven't changed just a bit?
It's because you said the fear of death lay to rest by living a meaningful life. I simply cannot possibly believe that. But it did get me thinking, just a little, in a simplistic, fleeting, reflexive sort of way, without any thoughts as to what the future may actually hold, about how I might prefer to die when the time comes. Dying with those I love by my bedside, secure in the knowledge that I lived a full life.
I don't know about consistent. I just know I got FTK'd, and that's not okay. FTKs in any game is no fun.
Or dying by becoming part of something unseemly, just using me as an energy source. I thought, given the choice Between those two possibilities, which should I choose? I merely ended up choosing the former, not even realizing I had done so. That is all. I see. Still, I'm glad to hear it. Fergus? No, don't look at me like that. I pushed myself well beyond my limits. Bound to happen when all was said and done. Both my body and spirit are in tatters at this point. But I'm my present, and my past, my life, and my death, all in one form like this isn't so bad. Hey, Sherazade. I got you to believe in living a meaningful life. I guess all that blathering of mine paid off. Even if that belief only lasts for this short time. If you can, I hope you also sit down at some point and reread the events that took place here in Agratha as one of your own stories. What? Okay, so I gotta break it to you, Fergus. This is the least popular chapter out of the pseudo-singularities and might be the second least popular chapter of the entire game. Really? What's number one? Rome. Why Rome? Everyone just found it boring. And then you'll come to see yourself as the woman who despises immortality in the end. Be a lot more constructive than going through life always thinking about how you don't want to die. I don't know about that. I still don't understand at all. I see. In that case, you'll need a teacher you can depend on. Someone like Fergus McRoach, as handsome a man as you'll ever find. Next time you come to life, make sure you seek me out. Let me make love to you. Do that. You'll be sure to understand. I'm setting future me up with a booty call. I'm not doing that. Aww. Hey, that's clearly sexual harassment. What a strange man you are. Oh, that means you'll do it? Not at all. I refuse from the bottom of my heart. In fact, I thoroughly detest dealing with you in any capacity. Aw. Fergus, have you gotten laid since coming to Chaldea? Your silence speaks volumes. You're slightly more bearable as you are now. If I refuse to meet your adult self, it would lead to an entirely different, perhaps worse kind of death. You have a point there. I have made a great many women feel as though they were about to die from sheer bliss. Now look what you've done. Mind approaches have no time to prepare because you got me thinking about the kind of death you would give me. Now I see. This is what you meant. Maybe she did smile in the end, at least a little. Find it odd seeing any DDD monsters and non-DDD decks are still quite good if you can use them. I don't know if I ever see DDD outside their own decks, personally. Might just be an interaction thing, but... sure, Fergus. Sure she did. Now then, I think it's time for me to go too. I may have been miscast from the start. I couldn't even do a good job as a bit part player. But to be honest, I enjoyed adventuring in this underground world with you all. I have no regrets. I hope we meet again someday, if we get the chance. Next time, I hope I can drink with you in my true knight form without any reservation.
Some bit player he was. Kinda extra didn't even leave the room for the stars.
Indeed, given that he so brilliantly prevented Laputa from crashing into the land. Kali Yuga and High King Wave Caesar are the main users. Oh, actually, I do kind of remember High King Wave Caesar. Because you can make him from generic level 4s, can't you? I don't recognize the first name, though. At least not named a card face.
I've certainly seen all the DD cards, but matching faces is difficult. I think Gilgamesh is the Link Monster. Yep, he was the lead role, no two ways about it. Oh, what'd you do? Hey guys, sorry to interrupt, but now not exactly the time to be getting all sentimental. Thanks to Fergus's spiritual sword physically destroying Laputa's landscape, it's currently come to a halt. And we no longer have to worry about it falling on a major city. However, high is 6, as small as 1 is 4. Oh, there are 2 Gilgameshes? Playing Fallout Shelter, couldn't for the life of me figure out why I couldn't recruit any new survivors in the wasteland. Was your roster full? Trade-offs. The singularity has disappeared, which means Laputa is going to completely fall apart. In other words, the chances of survival are dropping rapidly even as we speak.
Okay, I'll take that last part back. Fergus isn't the lead anymore. Where does he get off destroying the ground we walk on without so much as a Stalfos, may I?
At the radio station, roster isn't full. 6 people in the radio station. Charisma boosting outfits. Radio station is fully upgraded too. I assume its function is to like convince people to come. Okay.
Sorry, though I do not believe there was any time to discuss it, nor any alternative solutions at hand.
Mash, the first thing I need you to do is calculate whether the wreckage separating from Laputa will land. Or where it will land.
Don't worry, it's gonna fall on the Tibetan plateau. There's no people there.
Turns out I only switched the recruiting function off. Oops. In that case, we'll worry about it later. I do feel a little bad for all the nature wildlife's gonna majorly affected by this, though. I also don't envy the people from the association this time will have to deal with this mess, but oh well, nothing I can do about that, no siree. Oh, it's not dumb, just a mistake. Now then, next order of business. Rescuing the people still on Laputa.
Can't you just race shift master out of here?
There's other actual people here.
There are other humans here as well, as you may recall, namely the surviving resistance members and the men who have been imprisoned.
Laputa, that is the landmass name. It was named the whore. Use 6 Caesar for stopping HT like Nib. Use 4 Caesar to search DC Eternal Darkness, and Kali Yuga negates everything upon landing, wiping off backward scales. Yeah, it was called that intentionally. Kali sounds like an absolute pain to face.
Ah, crap, I forgot all about them. Me and my hippogriff could. No, there's no way he could carry everyone. What do we do?
Wait, I just remembered. Stalfos, remember the resistance men you put to work? Thanks to them, the survivors should all be gathered in one place now. There's no way we can help. Is there no way we can help them escape, Mademoiselle Da Vinci?
Just call me Da Vinci. Anyways, I know we have to do something about them. The question is what?
Running all sorts of simulations we speak. It's a little time. Ah, crap. Shaking's getting worse. Don't think we got time to wait for the perfect solution. For the moment, I'll get on my trusty hippogriff and make sure there's no stragglers.
Just realized something? Oh. That's not Lolly Venture with Black Magic. This chapter comes before part 2 starts. Yeah, these were the pseudo-singularities. They happened after part 1 and sort of in between. They're still canon, but you didn't need to complete them to start part 2. I did 2 of them before we started part 2 on stream, so now I'm going back and doing them. Did Agartha first, because I ran a poll for it. So after we finished Agratha, whenever we do pseudo-singularities again, I'll finally do Shinjuku, which ironically is the first one. I might have actually done them all in reverse order. Which one did I do first? I don't remember if I did Salem or Shimoda's first. Yeah, that's why Da Vinci isn't Shmuel.
If I find any, I'll bring to the meet a point. So make sure you think of a way to get them out of here in the meantime. Up, up, and away!
Oh, my apologies. I'm so taken aback by the spectacle unfolding before me, I forgot to make my report. Well, better late than never, I suppose. Astolfos, you may wish to pay attention to your flight path.
Ow, what was that? Looks like some sort of flying silver pot. Looks like you could use some help. I can feel Mahatma at work in this too.
Miss Helena, looking more radiant than usual. You're alive!
Yes, it's me, Helena Belowski, flying explorer extraordinaire. What are you doing here? I mean, very happy to see you and all, but...
Oh, now you mention it, what am I doing here?
First an Agrathian, no, a guy with a weird beard shot me, but I survived because I fell into a nearby river.
Bro didn't double tap.
I'm still in a really bad shape. So I erected a really strong barrier and went to sleep underground so that I could heal.
Bro didn't follow the wisdom of fate. If it doesn't glitter away, it's A-okay.
Then after I recovered, I started exploring Agratha itself.
Oh, I just happened upon a holy grail. Oh, you have it. Fantastic.
Yeah, I find it hiding between some fucking couch cushions. I brought it back to my mobile lab, used it to power it up into Super Helena, which is nice and all. But then I noticed all this shaking, and I thought it might be something I did, so I had to come see what was going on. You know, it actually feels like there's something different about me before I went to sleep. I can't put my finger on it.
If Helena was part of the cast in Shahrazadi's story, she may have had some sort of inauthenticity. Inauthenticity. That is a hard word. And drinking ginger ale out of it. Have we learned nothing from Musashi?
Look, I didn't put fire under it.
Okay, admittedly, yeah, she put fire under it. She was boiling rice or udon. I don't remember which. But still, drinking directly out of it, you're consuming direct mana particles. That's not good for you. Because it's pure and really potent. Not that there's any way to find out now, of course.
A holy grail underground. Perhaps that was served as the Singularity's structural core. I imagine it must have come free once the destruction was underway.
Oh, Sherlock, I didn't know you were here, too. No exploring for you this time, huh? Anyways, what happened to Agratha? When do I get my chance to shine?
This is the finale. We gotta move.
Wait, hang on. I just realized this whole landmass is flying. What sort of mystical force are you playing at? Let's play here. Why is it falling apart? Do I even have time to explore it now?
No.
Never mind that. Helena, there's something important we need to ask you. You're the only one who can help us.
Yeah, with a flying saucer like this.
Master Dion could ride on Astolphos' hippogriff, but there are other people there that need help. All you have to do is get them to safety to the ground, please. I get it. Feeling I already missed out on all the fun stuff, and I'm not happy about that. But in the face of such heartless, well, please, I suppose I have no choice but to say, of course, just this once, I'll let you all experience how wonderful Hatama is for yourselves.
And so, they watched the events unfold from the back of Astolphos' hippogriff. Here the story comes to a close. A fantastical city created by the soothing words of a woman terrified by death was falling apart. A downward gaze would reveal the men aboard the flying saucer
started waving their hands wildly. As it made its way to the ground in what might generously be described as an erratic manner. No doubt they will soon arrive at their homes, where their loving families await them. They will tell their lives, their children, their friends about their adventures here, and time most likely forget about them. That is their story, a story that only they can tell. The destruction continues apace. Pieces of earth, as though suddenly remembering they are not meant to fly, make their way back to the ground where they belong, accompanied by great sounds akin to heavy rain, the peal of thunder, and a woman sobbing. Laputa, the whore, for the woman who gave it its name, one filled with self-loathing and resignation, may have felt like a part of herself, one to which she had entrusted her fondest wishes. Perhaps it was more akin to a past she despised, one she wished to destroy by crashing it into the world. No doubt such a question will find its answer in the stories only she can tell. Perhaps it needs a bit more. Thus they succeeded brilliantly in carrying out the remnant order for the underground world. But we must not forget, there were 4 pillars which escaped from the Temple of Time. We know that there are other survivors still remaining. Curiously, this case, much like Senjuku, seems steeped in stories. Putting the question of whether these 2 cases shared similar themes aside, the time will no doubt come soon when they find themselves in the midst of another new story. And that does make it clearer, but also rather superfluous. Then again, it may be important to allude to the fact that these events are still in motion.
Oh, we got an ad. Please hold. Ad in progress. While the ad's going, I gotta go feed the kitties.
All right, I'm back. Kitties are fed. I have food for myself after I finish this up. Also find it funny that OCG has 6 max Cs to worry about. Oh, they're talking about the new Mil Saritha stuff. Yeah, it fucking sucks out here.
I just can't seem to find the right words for this last sentence. I think I shall come back to it later. Jotting down my thoughts to help pass the time is all well and good. It is clear that I have no talent for the written word. I learned that lesson well during the case of the blanched soldier and the case of the lion's mane. It's all going to turn out the same in the end. I may as well leave the storytelling to Watson and save myself some time.
I mean, Wallace and Maxie? Wallace. I don't know that name off the top of my head.
Then again, when you get right down to it, perhaps there would be no need to record my cases at all if there was a beautiful woman with a lovely voice ready to tell these stories at any time.
You can't just replace your report with Scheherazade standing there. Oh, I sense a beautiful woman nearby. How'd Scheherazade get in here already? Guess I was imagining things. I could have sworn I smelled perfume, though. Fergus, you live in a place filled with female servants. I'm very sure some of them wear perfume. Oh well, guess I'll just go back to casually showing off my muscles with Celtic push-ups. Yes, very casual. Back when I was a kid, I used to do this whenever I had a spare moment in order to train. But now that I put all this muscle, all I ever do is show it off, don't I? Up. All right, beautiful woman, feel free to pass through the hall, feast your eye on these manly muscles, and be overcome with lust any time now. There! Lucius cards at 12 o'clock! Not again. Scheherazade, meanwhile, I'm trying to go down the fucking hallway without this guy creeping on me. You know, I haven't betted many women lately. Maybe I've lost my touch. Better find a way to turn things around before it's too late. I think it's because everyone in Chaldea knows pretty much who you are. That might be why.
That was too close. I must be certain to never, ever run into him. After all, I don't want to die just yet.
God's sake, let me stalk you in peace. I don't need you announcing it every 5 seconds. Extra 10 cents quartz. Hell yeah.
新生ダヴィンチちゃんの素敵な工房にようこそ。いらっしゃいませ。当店が扱う服は最高品質
And a free Spiritron dress.
Leonardo da Vinci の
Here's your Spiritron dress. A pair of glasses. And a tie. You look ridiculous. I think it's the tie. I'll be honest. I think it's the tie. Giving real Donkey Kong vibes. With just a tie over your mostly exposed midriff. Anyways, with that, we have cleared Agartha. I don't think I'm going to start Shinjuku until after we do Ordeal Call 2, whenever that releases. Maybe. Depends on my mood, if I feel in a Fate mood. But to my knowledge, we should be getting, this sometime next month. So, but maybe I'll change my mind and we'll do Shinjuku first if I'm feeling the drive. If not, we'll do Ordeal Call 2 first. But with all that being said, I'm going to wrap up for the day. So, I'd like to wish you all a fond farewell and thank you for stopping by. If you like this, of course, follow me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing because it really helps me out. I'll be back tomorrow. I actually do have plans. We're going to be doing Pirates 101 again with Zuzu. So that should be fun. I think that's just about it. So, until next time, everyone. Fare thee well. All right. Bye-bye.